Call the meeting of the Glendora City Council to order at 5 p.m. For the audience here tonight, my name is David Friedendahl. I am the mayor of Glendora and serve as the presiding officer over the city council meetings. In consideration of others and the business we are going to conduct, kindly silence your phones and any electronic devices and refrain from speaking unless recognized. Again, this is a public meeting of the City of Glendora. We appreciate and respect your participation here this evening. For the record, all members of the City Council are indeed present and ready to conduct our business. First item is for closed session, and I would like to invite our city attorney to read us into closed session with the titles into the record.
Yes, Mayor, the council has a full set of items for closed session tonight. 5 different items. The first is a closed session which is held pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 and E3 due to significant exposure to litigation in one case regarding a written threat to initiate litigation against the city under the California Tort Claims Act. 2 real property negotiation closed session items will be held, which are authorized pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to give direction to its negotiators, City Manager Adam Raymond, City Attorney Danny Aylshire, Assistant City Manager Moises Lopez, and the Community Development Director Jeff Kugel, Housing and Economic Development Manager Tiffany Chu regarding the property located at 1762 Dale Road, assessor parcel number 863-1013023, and the second property is located at 1133 South Grand Avenue, assessor parcel 8632019-039. The last 2 are both labor negotiation closed sessions, which are authorized pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The first will be held with the City Manager Adam Raymond, City Attorney Danny Aylshire, Assistant City Manager Moises Lopez, Deputy City Manager Maria Ricci, and Human Resources Assistant Director Rita Wendling regarding labor negotiations with the Glendora Management Association. And the second is with City Manager Adam Raymond and Danny Aylshire, the City Attorney, regarding labor negotiations with the unrepresentative employees consisting of the executive management team.
Thank you, Mr. Aylshire. At this time, I will open the public comment period and invite members of the public to address this legislative body. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes, speaking once only on closed session agenda items. If you are in attendance, please fill out a speaker card and submit it to the recording admin before the close of public comment. And once recognized, speakers should advance to the podium, state your name and the subject matter which you wish to discuss. Again, you will have 3 minutes. Are there any speakers wishing to present? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, have we received any correspondence on these items?
No, Mayor.
No, we have not. Okay, very well. Then I shall close public comment at 5:03 and adjourn to closed session. Thank you. Walmart today. Look at the crowd. This is good. Love it. Welcome, everybody. I will announce that we had closed session from 5:03 PM till 6:55. And at that point, I will ask our city attorney to kindly read us out of closed session at 7:03.
Yes, Mayor, honorable council members. Council met in closed session on 5 items tonight. The first involved anticipated litigation, which is authorized pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 and E3 due to significant exposure to litigation in one case, which was issued against the city under the California Tort Claims Act. The case is Andrew Huang versus City of Glendora, case number 25.0072. And in that closed session item, the council authorized its legal counsel to defend the city in that action. The second was a real property the second and third were both real property negotiations, which are authorized pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 regarding the real property located at 1762 Dale Road and 1133 South Grand Avenue. And in both of those cases, the staff gave a briefing to the council and direction was given, but no reportable action was taken. The last two were labor negotiation closed session items. Both are authorized pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. And one involved the Glendora Management Association, and the second involved unrepresented employees consisting of the city's executive management team. And in both of those items, the city council asked various questions of staff and discussion was had, but no reportable action was taken.
Okay, thank you, Danny. And welcome, everyone, to tonight's meeting. I'm David Friedendahl. I'm the mayor of the city of Glendora and will serve as the presiding officer over city council meetings. In consideration of others, I ask you to please silence your phones and any electronic devices that might blow up and interrupt the proceedings, and refrain from speaking unless recognized. Again, this is a public meeting of the city of Glendora. We appreciate and respect your participation here this evening. And for the record, all members of the city council are present and waiting to do the business. That brings us to our invocation, which will be led by one of our favorite pastors, Dr. Michael Kordich of the First Baptist Church, followed by our Pledge of Allegiance by LA County Fire Department Chief Cabrera. So thank you. If we'd all stand for the invocation and the flag salute.
Let's pray. Father, as we gather here this evening, we do want to begin with honoring where honor is due, Lord, and so we want to thank for the gracious and humble service of our Mayor, David Friedendahl. Lord, and we also want to remember that during this Christmas season that we want to think of our families who are traveling, that you would provide safety for them. We think of the time of joy as our families gather together during these holiday seasons, but we also want to, and more importantly, thank you for sending your Son, Jesus Christ, as our Savior. Now, Lord, as our council does business today, we ask for your grace and your mercy to be upon them and us all. May our conversations be filled with grace and our time be filled with glorifying you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. Chief?
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Kordich and Chief Cabrera. Appreciate it very much. Brings us to reordering or additions to the agenda. Does anyone wish to reorder or add anything to the agenda? Okay. I will comment that we have some high school government students in our audience today doing some homework, so welcome. Hopefully it'll give you something to report on, and the teacher's watching, so be sure to report accurately, so that's all good. At this point, I would like to open our public comment period and invite anyone in the audience wishing to address this legislative body to do so. We ask that you kindly fill out a speaker card and submit it to the recording admin prior to the close of public comment. Once you're invited to come up, you will have 3 minutes to speak on any subject on or off agenda, and you may do so. Please be respectful of the 3-minute time, and there is a timer on the podium. With that, I will open public comment again, and I have some cards already. If you still are completing one, kindly give it to the admin. And with that, we'll begin our comments. Mr. Bob Moore. There he is. Welcome, Mr. Moore.
Good evening. The $2 million earmarked for homelessness in Glendora, as stated by the city manager, amounts to a paltry 1.5% of total operating revenue. 1.5%, that's it. On the city's website under budgets, total operating revenue. Homelessness, as it turns out, is a PR stunt as illustrated by the last city council meeting. The Glendora police budget amounts to 19% of total operating revenue, nearly 1 out of every $5. Now we hear that the Glendora Police Department has arrest quotas. This is Jim Crow and south of the Mason-Dixon line style policies. And if they have arrest quotas, they have ticket quotas as well. None of this would be happening if it wasn't for the policies and the politics of this city. Just recently, this city council used our public funds to investigate Proposition 50 by the city staff and agendized this matter as well during a recent city council meeting. I brought up many subjects during the last time I was here, but marginalized to just one. I have no right of response or rebuttal, even though all of the surrounding cities do allow for such rebuttal, but not in Glendora. In 2 weeks, 40 million people are going to lose their health coverage. The dialysis patient won't be able to get dialysis. The diabetic won't be able to afford their insulin. The hemophiliac won't be able to get their medicine to prevent bleeding out in front of their mother. The heart patient, etc. Medicaid pays for half of all births in this country. Now, all of these people will be forced into our emergency rooms because of the eviscerating cuts by Trump and his Republican Party. 40 million people affected. In this area, our ERs are going to be impacted, and the real emergency victims will go untreated. This city council, this city government, has to create a special fund to assist Glendora residents to cover their dialysis, insulin, life-saving medicines so that they don't end up in our ERs. Thank you very much, and good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Joe Cena. Welcome, Joe.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City staff. My name is Joe Cena, Presidency of the Glendora Chamber of Commerce, and I thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm here tonight just to share a few exciting activities coming up starting this Saturday and for the rest of the month. This Saturday, 9 a.m. sharp, Glendora Christmas Parade will begin at Bennett and Glendora Avenue. Head down Glendora to Foothill, west on Foothill, north on Grand, and then again west to Sandburg Middle School. I invite everyone to come out to enjoy this fun, festive activity. It's a little thing we put together every year, but lots of fun. So please join us this Saturday, and it starts 9 a.m. sharp. Second, the annual Chamber Shop Local contest continues through December 19th. When you're shopping in Glendora, for every $50 spent, you can get entry for different prizes. And if you shop a chamber member, you get 2 entries for every $50. All goods and services qualify. So go to shopglendora.org. Third, the Glendora Village Business Improvement District is again sponsoring the Santa in the Village. where you can visit with Santa behind the Christmas tree there in the bus plaza this Saturday and next Saturday from 5 to 7 p.m. This Saturday and next Saturday also, there'll be carriage rides. We couldn't have them the first Saturday, they weren't available, but the next two, be able to have carriage rides going through the village at no charge. So, and the Business Improvement District sponsors that each year. Also, this Saturday only, the Citrus College Wind Symphony will be performing at 6 p.m. for about an hour, hour and a half in the plaza. So while you're waiting in line to tell Santa what you want for Christmas, you can listen to the music, or while you're strolling around, eating dinner, stuff like that. So a lot of stuff going on, a lot of holiday cheer. So please join us. Want more information, you can go to the Chamber's website or all the Instagrams and Facebook pages that are around town. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cena. Next up, invite Nicole Castronavo. Nicole?
Good evening. My name is Nicole Castronovo, and I represent Officer Andy Huang in his administrative case with the Glendora Police Department. I want to address an alarming pattern that I've noticed in the discipline of Officer Huang was the unfairness in his due process hearing, which is guaranteed by the Constitution. For months, I battled with attorneys for the cities to get accurate Spanish translation as well as English transcripts upon which his discipline is apparent. In one of the transcripts, it has Officer Huang saying that, yes, he wrote a report, when on the audio he said no, and he's being accused of a lie. Earlier, the arrest quotas were noted, and Glendora has 17,000 households by last census. The arrest quota Glendora PD was asking for was 1,700 arrests by their officers per year. That would be 10 arrests per household per year under the police department's quota, which was passed through their mobile data terminals in their police cars, data that cannot be erased and can be found through a public records request. Officer Huang was charged with upholding the Constitution of the United States when he became a police officer. And by reporting arrest quotas, he has done that job and has been a target now of discrimination and termination, potentially. We all stood here and pledged allegiance for us all under the flag, liberty and justice for all. That should apply to everyone, regardless of the color of their skin. A large portion of Officer Huang's case has been based in disgusting racial discrimination, which is in writing and documented and witnessed. One of the most disturbing things I heard was that Glendora police officers frequently make fun of the Korean shop owners in Glendora because they say cheesy, no cheesy for their broken English. Yet they go to TJ's Subs, who gives them free sodas and chips to thank them for their service, while they make fun of these shop owners behind their backs. Immigrants are coming to this country because of our Constitution, and racial quotas are patently unconstitutional. And then they're being made fun of for their language. It calls into question if Glendora Police Department is willing to treat one of their own brethren who is of Asian American descent with such racism. I can't imagine that they are treating the citizens of Glendora, upon which they have an arrest quota, who are Asian American, any better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Castronovo. Mr. John Field. Welcome, John.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, City Council, staff, and all the folks who have come out tonight to participate in your own city government. I just want to make a few comments. I want to thank our mayor, David Friedendahl, for doing such a wonderful job his first term. Hopefully, we'll see another term down the road. I've attended many meetings where he's been in charge, and he's done a wonderful job. So here's to you, Mr. Mayor. Secondly, I would like to also applaud the efforts of our Mayor Pro Tem, who has a very, very long and wonderful history with the city of Glendora in many, many different projects. Council member Michael Alawas has been very active in different aspects of the city. And one thing I really like about his approach to being a city council person is that he does his own homework, he'll get input from staff, but make his own decision on critical things affecting the city. And the other thing he does, which I think is very laudatory, is that when he wants to find out how he needs to vote on a particular issue, he will survey his constituents who voted him in and find out what their mind is and what they would like to see happen here in the city. And I think that's wonderful. So my hat's off to Councilmember Alawas. And one last comment, and then I'll sit down. It's a tough time in the city of Glendora right now. There's a lot of controversial, somewhat divisive issues going on. And that's just how life is. And it can't always be Mayberry RFD. But I sure hope that as we enter tough times like this, and all the 5 council members can't agree on an issue and vote in the same way, that the member who doesn't vote along with the others isn't ostracized or made to feel not a part of the whole. So once again, you guys are doing a great job. I just hope that the better angels can really smile on you and keep this all together. Really looking forward to the Mayor Pro Tem becoming mayor. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Field. Next up, invite George Lupus. Did I say that correct, sir?
You did, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, City Council, and good evening to everybody here. It's very nice to see such a full house this evening, especially with the amount of young people here that are interested in civic engagement, because we all know that, robust civic engagement is a telltale sign of a healthy democratic republic. So it brings me great joy to see a full house here tonight. My name is George Lupus. I'm with Lupus Law PC. I also represent Officer Wong against the city of Glendora, specifically the Glendora Police Department. That government tort claim letter you got, that was from me and my office. And I wanted to just let you know about how bad this actually is. So Officer Wong was a great officer who, just days after reporting racial discrimination and harassment and a hostile work environment on the part of his sergeant, who reported it to the president of the Police Officers Association in confidence. His confidence was breached by that officer, reported directly to the sergeant, and not one, not two, but 3 what we think are bogus internal affairs investigations stemmed from it, which brought up the disciplinary proceedings that Ms. Castronova spoke about a few minutes ago. All the evidence points to this being racially motivated. Officer Wong has experienced extreme racism and harassment in the Glendora Police Department. As a practicing employment law attorney with years and years of experience, this is one of the worst cases that I have ever seen. And the reason we come here tonight is to put the city on notice, but also give the city a chance to make it right. Make it right before protracted and years-long litigation comes, where it becomes more public. And just like what Ms. Castronovo said earlier, we all pledged allegiance to this flag that guarantees liberty and justice for all. That also means liberty and justice for Officer Wong, regardless of the fact that he is Korean American. That also means liberty and justice for each and every citizen of the city of Glendora who we found out was subject to a 1,700 per year arrest quota and citation quota. That is extremely disturbing. That means 1,700 potentially innocent bodies are being targeted by this police department to be put into the system, to become state property of CDCR. And Now the city has a chance to make everything right. And we urge before things get very, very costly to make that right. Thank you so much for your time today, and thank you for everybody for showing up, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Lupus. Next up, I'd like to invite Marcia Mason to come forward. Marcia?
Hello, City Council members. Good to see you. Good to see all of you. And I'm here to talk about Glendora having such a good reputation for our time-honored tradition of mayor rotation. And I was recently, or not within the year, over in Azusa. And in Azusa, they had made the decision to do a rotation there as well. And the reason why, they said, is because it was working so well here. And I thought, well, that's a good reputation for Glendora. And I think that tradition has been about 45 years. I'm not real sure, but we haven't had a glitch in that 45-year tradition. And so I've had the honor of hearing all of you speak at the Women's Club. And I want to thank you all. I know, Karen, you've been there twice to install me. And Michael, you've been there once to install me. And you just gave that State of the City talk, State of the City talk, and you had a lot of people asking you questions afterwards. That was really good. You fielded it great. And Mendel, you come to our parties along with Shauna. Come to our parties and you hopefully enjoy them. It's always a pleasure to see you there. So this rotation in Glendora is a wonderful rotation, and it's a good idea, it's a good tradition, and I hope this tradition continues with a smooth transition. And I welcome the nomination of our Mayor Pro Tem, Michael Alawos, and you've all served with great honor and distinction, and I thank you very much. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Marcia. All right, next up would be Mr. Mark Davis. Mr. Davis. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, staff. Let me be the first to wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. You know, social media is a funny thing. There are an awful lot of rumors and innuendo that fly around social media, but there's an awful lot of truths that are also revealed via social media. To hear some of the speakers before me, the sky is certainly falling here in Glendora. I don't believe it's falling, but I do believe that we, and I'll use myself as an example as well, are failing the city at numerous levels. I think we've begun to vote the way we feel, not necessarily the way that our citizens feel. So with that in mind, the main topic of my talk tonight is to support Councilman Alawos as Mayor Pro Tem to move on to the mayor. I've known Councilman Alawos for almost 30 years now. I know him as a neighbor, as a friend, as a confidant. I know him as a commonality of doing the people's work here at the city. We've spent a great amount of time together talking about different things around the city, and not once has he ever disclosed anything that was rumorous, salacious, out of character, fictitious, unfactual, unfounded. Not once in 30 years. And that's pretty good just for a neighbor. So with all the things going on in the city of Glendora, I don't want to use the word chaos, but I'll use chaos for lack of better words right now. Do we really want to take on more chaos by not installing him? One of the rumors that I've heard on social media is that he may not be installed tonight. I think that would be a grievous error on our part to not do so. I support Mayor Alawos, Pro Tem, fully. And if for some reason he is not installed tonight as a mayor to take effect the first of the year, I'd like to hear a damn good reason for it. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I do not have any additional cards. Was there anyone else wishing to speak at this time in public comment? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondence?
We do not, Mayor.
Okay, then I shall close public comment and bring it back to members for statements. Shauna, would you like to begin?
I would love to. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Normally, I keep my comments brief. I hope you'll indulge me tonight for some extended comments. Tonight is 1 year since I've been sitting in this seat, and so I have been reflecting a lot on my first year on City Council for Glendora. So I just figured I would share a couple of my favorite moments and maybe some things that I've learned along the way. Two of my favorite moments, one of them was actually just recently and one of them was a while ago. I really enjoyed our Veterans Lunch that we just had. It was an honor to have the opportunity to serve a group of individuals who have given so much to our country. That was a really special moment for me. And then when I first took this seat, I had the incredible opportunity of taking a ride along with the chief. I don't know if he's in here, but that was honestly one of the most impactful moments of my entire life. As someone who comes from a family of law enforcement, I really thought I knew everything there was to know about that life. And that ride along, about 3 minutes into meeting the chief, we got a call out to a neighboring city and I don't know where the process is, but I'll just say an alleged double murder. And we went to that scene, and it was, like I said, one of the craziest moments. But to be able to watch the chief, really, we weren't just standing around. He got in there, and he was helping, and it was just incredible. And that being there then put me in the middle of our debrief process that our police department takes when there is a critical incident like that, which was so impactful and just so impressive on how we treat our officers and really make sure their entire well-being is taken into consideration. So I really like that. And then later that night, we toured around and spoke to quite a few of our homeless individuals, and seeing the interaction between our police department and those individuals was incredible. And, just watching our officers treat them with dignity and respect, really just, it was touching. So those were two really great moments. Some of the things I've learned in this role is that it is a lot more work than I ever would have expected, and I expected it to be a lot of work. The community sees us up here twice a month at these meetings, but there is so much more that council members do. I mean, we meet every week for our briefings to be updated on all of the things that are going on in the city. All of us sit on different regional boards that take us out of the area to meetings often. In fact, next month I'm going to Sacramento. So we're all over the place. And a lot of the community doesn't see that. So I wanted to make sure, that I expressed that. I see now why most of our representatives are retired, because the amount of time that it takes is incredible. As a working mom, it is definitely, I have to juggle the time, between my family, my full-time job in real estate, and what is really a full-time job here as well. So that's been interesting. One of the things I've learned as well is that our staff here at the city works so much harder than I think anybody realizes. We are blessed in Glendora to have an amazing staff who go above and beyond for our community. Would like to recognize by name each of our department heads, but know that I appreciate every single person that works with these individuals. Obviously, Chief Rendazzo with our police department, Jeff Kugel, Community Development, Bill Witkoff, Public Works, John Aguirre, Recreation and Human Services, Kathleen Sussman, City Clerk, Kyle Johnson in Finance, Sam Robin in IT, and I hope I didn't forget anybody, but also our amazing city manager, Adam Raymond, and his team have been phenomenal. When I onboarded, Adam, you said to me, it's going to be like drinking from a fire hose, and I laughed, but it is so true. The amount of information that you have to consume and understand to be sitting up here is incredible, and I thoroughly appreciate the time that you and your staff have taken with me specifically to answer questions and get me up to speed and make sure I understand all of the things that we are making really important decisions on. I really appreciate it. Any information that I've ever requested, I've gotten more than I requested and very quickly. So I really appreciate you, and I would like to say I also appreciate your family. I see how hard you work, and I'm sure they do as well. The amount of time that you spend on the phone with us and with staff is incredible, and that isn't just 9 to 5. That is in the evenings, that's on the weekends, it's on holidays, and that's time away from your family. So I thoroughly appreciate their patience. I'm also a firm believer that behind every successful man, there is a woman who is keeping things together where it's most important. And so I would just like to thank Kelly for her support of you as you navigate through, especially all of the things that the city has been going through this year, and your kids as well. You have 5 between you guys, and we're really lucky to have you here. You're also part of this community. This is your community. Another one of the things that you have said to me is that you get kicked in the shins for a living, and I have seen that firsthand this year. And I feel bad about that. I feel bad that you have to live in a community that isn't always kind. And I appreciate everything that you do and have done for this city and your families. The fact that they have to watch as a lot of this stuff transpires. So thank you, and thank you to your family. I would also just like to ask that our community, I know that a couple people have said that there's things that get shared on social media. That's true, and I would like to ask that we give grace to city staff. The 5 of us are elected officials, and we sign up to get kicked in the shins, but our city staff, they don't, and they are just hardworking people that come to work, and they do a really great job, and they don't deserve to be belittled and have personal attacks against them on social media. So I would just ask that we give grace to our staff. And then one of the most important things I've learned in this role is actually something I've learned about myself. And I've always prided myself on being somebody who reserves judgment for other people until I know them, and then I'll make that judgment based on my own interactions with them. And I've said before, I've said privately, I fell short of that, Karen, with you, and I have apologized to you. I need to say it publicly because I think that when we know better, we do better, and I think that in this community there is a lot of divisiveness. I'm the product of that. I spent like 3 years campaigning and was in the middle of that tornado, if you will. And I made judgments about you that were wrong. You have been one of the kindest people to me during this last 12 months. You have been so helpful and gracious, and that is not uncommon. And there are so many people in this community, not on your side of the aisle, the proverbial political aisle, that know that about you as well. And I wish that those people, a lot of them I know very well, I wish that they would have disclosed to me this information in advance. They didn't. And, I formed judgments that I shouldn't have. And so I feel like I need to tell our community that you are a good person. You care about this community. You care about staff. You care about the police department. You do a lot of great things out there. And, you know, I just applaud you. You have given so much to this community. So thank you. And that's it for me. I just wanted to say that. Thank you again to the community for entrusting me to make good decisions on behalf of the residents of Glendora. Thanks.
Thank you, Shauna. Mendel.
Well, I wasn't going to say this because I didn't know what you were going to say, but I have the honor to brief with her every week. Some of you may not know, but we brief with Adam and with Moises and our team every week. The briefings are anywhere from 2 to 3 hours. We cover all kinds of different things from the laws that are coming down. I see some of my legislative friends who their bosses write over 800 laws every year so they can find their names in print somewhere. I'm just joking with you guys. Well, I'm really not. You guys know me, and I really do mean that. And so we brief and cover the scope of a living group of people called a city, and 52,000 of us. And Shauna has grown. I've watched her grow in questions she asks and the knowledge and the energy that she brings to what her role is here. So welcome. You've aged well for being on this dais for a year, and it's great to have you on our team. So thank you. I just want to thank the Council of South Pass for, by a 5-0 vote, appointing me back onto our goal line board. It's a strange thing. There's the goal line board, and then when the goal line board was formed, there's cities that are on that board, and then there's cities that can appoint reps for that board. Don't ask me why, because I wasn't around when all that started. But they've allowed me to continue to serve on that board. I currently serve as our vice chairman, the finance chair, and it's a wonderful board to serve on. We have a wonderful goal line. Let me be clear that we build the train, we don't run the train. So when you complain about the train being unsafe or dirty, that is another group. I only am the part of the group that builds the train. And I can tell you that we've built that train. It's the longest electric train within the world. And it's been built on time and under what we thought that it would cost. And so I'm very proud of that. I also want to encourage what was said by Joe. I don't know that he's here still, but parade is a wonderful time where the city can come as one and express joy and excitement and give the gift of, being friends to, each other. And I want to especially thank Joe for the incredible job that he does. Erica, who's trying to blend in with 19-year-old kids, because she's only like 21. So I'll give her that. She does a great job in terms of coordinating everything. So Erica, thank you for the job that you're going to be doing that day, getting there at 5 a.m. or something like that. And it's just a great thing. High school band leads it off, and I've been around here for 45 years, and I never get tired of hearing our high school band pipers playing. It's just part of who we all are. So make sure that you are there. The neighbors you have, just invite them down. It's just a great time, and I hope that this month is filled with great joy, and filled with love, and filled with the spirit of being friends and being kind and sharing love with everyone that you are a part of. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mendel. Karen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Shauna, thank you very much for your very kind words. I know that it has taken a lot of courage for you to call out some of the things that people have said and done. So thank you for that courage, and thank you for being a role model to citizens, to your kids, for calling out some of that behavior and naming it. And thank you for your participation and work with the four of us. So thank you. And at a time when people like to be anonymous, I would encourage you to be anonymous in random acts of kindness. Maybe get off social media for half a minute and instead use your anonymity to do some random acts of kindness and make a difference in the lives of so many who, at this time of year, when maybe some are thinking which version of PlayStation you're going to buy, they're trying to decide if they're going to pay for their prescriptions or their food. So think about others and what you could do to make their lives a little better. And my hope for everyone in this season is that you would enjoy the things that you can't buy in a store. Some peace, some kindness, some compassion, some empathy, some generosity. Just enjoy those things that you can't buy, but you can give and make a difference. And on the subject of the holidays, I'm sure Chief Cabrera would remind us of this, that it is also a dangerous time. Don't leave candles burning. Check out those dry trees. Be careful about your lights. That sadly, this time of year, we see some very tragic things happen because people are excited, they're decorating, they're lighting the candles, plugging in all those lights. But please be safe, because we want you to be able to usher in 2026 and enjoy it. So with that, Happy New Year and best wishes.
Thank you, Karen. Michael?
Thank you, David. Last Thursday, David and I went to the Merry Mingle over at Pomona Fairgrounds. They have a little farm area. It's really, really well done. It was put on by San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership and the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments. We were able to talk to other folks out there in our same position, as well as folks out there that are in some of the ancillary like SCAG and other things as well. We were able to get a lot of information, more so sometimes than you can in a regular meeting. So it was really, really well done and really well appointed. This last Sunday, David and I and our significant others went to Citrus College for the executive, let me get this right, it was a bit of a mouthful. It was the Citrus College Foundation Board of Directors winter event. And Mr. Stephen Flowers is here in the audience. He invited us, and we had a wonderful time. And following that, we were treated to Christmas Is, and that was such an amazing play. It was in two parts. One was their Citrus Singers, and the other was plays with singing and dancing. And it was just absolutely incredible. I really encourage everyone to go and see that. These young kids are so talented, and it really puts you into the Christmas spirit. And we really, really enjoyed it.
They can still go this coming weekend, can't they?
I believe so, yes. And we just got this morning from LA County Sanitation. They are going to raise our rates. They have a 20% shortfall, and it's going to go from, it's not a lot, but it's quite a bit. It goes from $15.50 per month. It's going to go in by 2030 to $28 per month. They have a 10% revenue that they're able to get, but they're still short, so they have to come back and fill that gap in. And they hadn't raised it, I believe, in like 5 years or something of that nature. So they're trying to catch back up. Mr. Mayor, I would like to be able to close in the memory of Bonnie Bidwell. She was a rock in the community, pun intended. Her and her husband Larry did the lapidary for the city, and also they had a facility over in Pomona for a number of years, and their students really loved it. A lot of folks came from the high school originally and followed them over to Pomona, and then they also did this gem show every year, And Bonnie was just an amazing person for Larry. Larry had a hard time hearing. And if you ever went around Larry, he has to always grab Bonnie, say, please be my translator, because she was the only one that could understand us and also be able to translate to Larry what was going on. And a big part of his life has been taken away from him, and he's pretty saddened by that. He was supposed to give me a bio tonight, but obviously it didn't happen. So she had passed away on November 29th. And again, a wonderful, wonderful individual. And I don't know if anyone's ever seen their home during Halloween. It's over there on, was it Mountain, I think it is, Mountain View. And it's absolutely incredible. I don't know where he puts all that stuff when he's done with it, but it's something really to see. And I hope he's able to continue that in the future. So, Mayor, if we could close in Bonnie's honor, I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to recognize some folks that have made some great events. We heard it from the Chamber of Commerce president, but the holiday stroll, which was the Friday before Thanksgiving week, was an amazing day. Staff did a great job cleaning up the village and making it look showroom special. If you could say Hallmark Village, I think we got it. We had it rain, an inch of rain the night before, washed everything up just special, so that was good. The village businesses and the Business Improvement District went out of the way to do such a great job. Of course, staff brought in Santa Claus and the great decorations, so thank you them all. This last Saturday, the Glendora Public Library Friends Foundation and the Rotary Club sponsored the Gingerbread House Decorating Project in Finkbinders Park. An hour and a half, they did 540 kits for gingerbread houses. 800 participants, an amazing day. So they were all well worn out, and that was just part of their day. So an amazing task. This weekend we heard about the parade coming up. The Grand Marshals, got to see them at the end of the parade. That might be Mr. and Mrs. Claus. So I invite you to come see that. So with that, I'll take it over to the staff, see if you have any comments to share. Mr. Raymond.
Evening, Mayor, City Council, everyone in attendance. In the thanks category, I'd like to thank two department heads who are retiring. John and Bill, can you make your way up front? I believe there's a slide that we're going to show here. So we're not going to go on and embarrass both of these individuals, and they each have retirement gatherings coming soon. And in true fashion, these two individuals who have spent each 36 years of their life in public service across multiple agencies really don't show me any attention. I don't want any of it. John's sole request when I asked him to be Recreation and Human Services Director was, can I wear shorts? And he has them on today. So like if our recreation and parks is not outside, there's something wrong. So a sincere thank you. I know we have a lot to get to this evening. I'm not going to read everything that's on there, but Bill, you've been with us for a couple years. John, for over 30 years. You were born and raised here. You are Mr. Glendora through and through. You both have done incredible work for the city in your time here, and we will miss you both very much. And there's a lot of people here we can embarrass you with, and we're not going to do that. But thank you. If I could get a big round of applause for both these individuals. I promise we will embarrass you next week, though. So. Mayor, thank you for allowing me the opportunity. Happy holidays to each and every one of you as well. Thank you.
Absolutely, and they do have a fitting reception for their retirement next week each. Not together, but each, so we'll look forward to that. Mr. Aylshire, any comments?
No, nothing further. Just for our office, it is so beneficial to have individuals that are really greatly experienced in their field, and so it will be a big loss to our office as well to have John and Bill leave the city.
Very well. Thank you so much. Okay, our next item is a CityNet homeless count results. CityNet is the company that provided our city-sponsored homelessness count and information, and we welcome you for that. And
good evening.
Good evening.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, thanks for having me. My name is Matt Bates. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of CityNet. We conducted the homeless census here in Glendora. You all received a full report tonight I'm just going to highlight some of the things that stood out to me. Also, in the report, we compared results from 2025 to the previous censuses that we did for the city in 2023 and 2021 so that you can see some of those trends. But like I said, I'm just going to go through some of the high-level things that stood out to me about the census, and then take any questions that you might have. So first of all, CityNet, we're a homeless services organization. We're a nonprofit. Our mission is to end homelessness through housing. We operate outreach and engagement, shelters. We do the shelters down in Baldwin Park. If you're familiar with those, we operate both of those shelters. Housing operations, housing development, these censuses and point-in-time counts, and also police diversion teams where if there's homeless services calls, they call our teams and we send out teams of case managers rather than police officers going out. We operate in more than 40 cities across 10 counties in the state, over 300 employees. We're hoping to hire close to 50 over the next 12 months. So for all the young people in the audience, go off, get your degree, come back, look us up at citynet.org/careers. We're always looking for good people. In terms of scope of work for what that looks like for us, about 40,000 client engagements every year. This is out in the field, in the streets. We're the kind of the first entry door into the system of care, trying to engage people who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness. And that's really why we got into doing censuses, because we had teams that were accustomed to going out and talking to homeless people in the field. Of those 40,000, we exited, this was from 2024, we exited over 4,000 from the streets into shelter. Of those that got exited, close to 1,000 into permanent housing. So that's our goal, is to end people's experience of homelessness by connecting them to resources and ultimately into housing. We're an experienced census provider, done over 50 of these different projects over the years. Like I said, we've done 3 here in Glendora. We've also done Azusa and Duarte locally. And then we're the agency that's contracted to do the Orange County point-in-time count. And so we're hard at work because next month we're doing that county count for all 34 cities in Orange County. Taking a few words to talk about what the census was. The goal of the census is to identify a baseline number of people who are experiencing homelessness in the city, and then also to determine the demographics so that we have a baseline against which to measure intervention efforts, but also a good picture of what it looks like to experience homelessness here in Glendora. I should mention, because we are in the season where we're doing the point-in-time count, this project is a distinct, but we hope complementary project to the point-in-time count. Here in Los Angeles County, HUD at the federal level requires that you count all the homeless people within a 10-day period. And so in LA County, what that means is, because the county is so large and so many people, is that the agencies that are responsible for that count have to do have to employ statistical sampling. So they'll look and they'll count what they can, and then they look at demographics and poverty levels and population rates, and there's a mathematical formula that they use to extrapolate based on what they did see, what the number likely is. So it's a statistical sampling methodology. What we're talking about here is totally different. This is a survey-based count. So we canvassed the entire city and we counted what we saw. And we tried to engage everybody that we saw in a survey. So really we can spend some more time, more energy on a smaller geography, and we hope then that yields a more accurate and complete picture of homelessness in the city. We did this by going out twice on two different events. We mapped the city ahead of time in partnership with city agencies and law enforcement, and then we covered those maps. The goal was to cover them twice in the early morning of the 23rd of September, and then twice again, same maps, in the late evening of the 25th. The idea there is to capture people that might be in or out of different encampments at different times. Since we're doing a survey-based count, we're collecting unique identifiable information about the clients, and so we can deduplicate those after the fact if we've happened to have counted somebody more than once. So the big headline is 64 unsheltered individuals. If you look over the past 3 years, that trend line is working in the right direction. So this is happy news in the sense of where we're headed in Glendora. Obviously, It's not easy being homeless. We're in that time of year where it's getting cold, and we had a big rainstorm and more on the way. So every individual experiencing homelessness is a story unique unto itself, and worthy of consideration. But on a big picture level, things are headed in a positive direction here in Glendora. When we look at the geography of where these individuals were located, we use ArcGIS technology on the phones so that each survey drops a pin on the map. What stands out to me, again, having done over 50 of these across the state, is you've really got a concentration of people experiencing homelessness in a couple of different areas. In most cities that we work in, you'll see much more of a distribution across the city, and here you've got a couple of different key spots, which I'm sure you're aware of. But that's one thing that stood out to us, is just the geographic concentration in particular areas of the city, which means that if you're in, let's say, the northeast of the city here, you might not experience homelessness, as part of your day-to-day existence because you're just not seeing it in that community. Demographics. So one of the things, again, that stood out to us is just the youth of the homelessness in Glendora. So if you look at the categories from 18 to 34 and then 35 to 44, this was the age of the people that when we asked them how old they were. If you count the two categories together, you're looking at, 62, 63%. Normally what we would see or expect to see is somewhere in the 40s, the low 40s. And it's down actually a little bit from 2023 and 2025. So really for 2 consecutive years, or 2 consecutive censuses, 23 and 25, what we've seen is a youthful demographic. So what that might suggest to all of you is to look at things like, look upstream. So look at youth intervention programs, transitional age youth, people coming out of the foster care system. What is happening kind of upstream of homelessness, where people who are young are falling into homelessness and experiencing it here in Glendora. The other thing that we saw, and again, this is indicative of trends, but it was higher this year than ever before, was that when we asked the individuals if they were interested in case management, meaning interested in someone working with them to help kind of take the steps necessary to end their homelessness, we had 81% say yes to that, or that they were already enrolled in services. This is a high number. It's higher than it was in previous years, but it's also high relative to other cities in Los Angeles County. And so when we see these high numbers, what that indicates to us is that it's a good sign. It's a sign that people have a high degree of trust with the entities that are responsible for carrying them through the continuum of care. And so here you've got, that who is that in Glendora? Well, typically that's Glendora Police Department, and also LACADA, who is the agency that's contracted to do outreach and engagement here in the city. And so the fact that they're already enrolled or that they're interested to such a high degree to us is a good sign, and one that's positive moving forward. We've got just some analysis. Some of these things I've already talked about, and so I'll just leave those for you. The only one I didn't talk about is we did a lot of work on local community ties and a lot of questions, if you go through the full survey, on how people are tied to the city of Glendora. And the result that we found there is very common to results we find, which is that most people who are experiencing homelessness stay very close to the place that they became homeless, either that same town or 1 or 2 towns, a neighboring town. It's a place where they feel comfortable, it is their home. They just are unsheltered in that place. Finally, other recommendations is that we see this in Glendora, evidence that investments yield results. I know that COVID was a long time ago, but COVID, one of the things that it did was that it released a lot of funding for homeless services, and that has made a difference across Southern California. The Glendora Police Department and LACADA, again, those relationships, we see evidence of positive impact here in the city. Homelessness is a regional challenge. It faces cities and communities and even neighborhoods and households. The impact is felt locally, but it exists in a broader economic context, and so we would encourage you to seek out regional partnerships related to shelter and housing, and just again, the long-term need being housing. Finally, I'd like to thank the police department and the members of LACADA that came out with our teams, and then finally the homeless neighbors themselves. Nobody was compelled to answer any questions. We couldn't force them to or require them to. They volunteered. We had a small incentive that we gave them to thank them for that information, but really dozens of them came forward and offered to give information, the hopes being that that information would help connect them to care and end their experience of homelessness. And with that, I will conclude my remarks unless there are any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. Great results, and it's a interesting improvement over time with the work of our in-house team. So they're invaluable, absolutely. So
Yeah.
thank you for your report.
Well, and I to that point, normally what I say to cities is if you're holding steady, you're doing a good job. And so, because there are many cities where the trend is going the other direction. So even holding steady, I think communities are doing well. But to see a reduction is actually, it stands out even more.
Yeah, it's great. Any other questions, comments?
Thank you. Great work.
Thanks.
Shauna?
I don't have any questions, but first of all, thank you for your report. But I would just like to highlight again that our number has gone down, and there's been a lot of misinformation shared. I'll go back to some comments that have been made about social media. There's a lot of misinformation being shared about homelessness in Glendora. I guess fear tactics being used to make it seem like our homeless count is going up, and it's not. So because of that, I just want to reiterate that it was 106 last year, or in 2023 at our last count, and we are down to 64. And that is not an accident. That is a lot of hard work from our Human Services Department and our Police Department. And so thank you. We appreciate you, and I appreciate staff in doing that.
Yeah, and just, to add to that, I would say, having done it 3 times, we work very, very hard to match the methodology and the effort from event to event, because we want to be as consistent as we can. Even the kinds of questions that we ask, the order that we ask them, the length of the surveys, we time them. We work very hard to try to match the effort so that when we present these numbers, and we stand behind them. There are many times when I stand in front of city council members and city council presentations, and the numbers are not good, and we present what we find. So in this case, that's the trend that we saw, and I can assure you that we work very, very hard to match the effort from event to event, and are completely dedicated to reporting the numbers as they are.
I appreciate it. And, I think it's important for the community to, make their decisions and form their opinions based on facts. These are facts. The fact is the number's going down. So that's a good thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Shauna. Michael?
Just a quick question. First off, your report was amazing. It's probably the best report I've ever seen regarding homeless.
Thank you.
And my shout out to Debbie and her team. They do just an amazing job. She has a heart of gold. I don't see how she does that. It's a challenging job to do. So my hat's off to her and her team. Just a couple of questions. There is a general relief. The source of income is what's general relief?
So that's, or sometimes called GR. So it's a government assistance program. I think it's like $350 a month. It's not very much, but it's a monthly stipend that if you have no income, essentially, that you're entitled to.
That comes from where?
It comes from, I believe it's federally funded.
Okay. And it says on your report, 72% were living outside of Glendora. Do you know what the draw was to come to Glendora?
Yeah, we asked a lot of questions actually in the report about both community ties and what attracted people. And so we looked at education, we looked at family connections, we looked at jobs, and we looked at where people grew up. And essentially our conclusion is that people feel they feel at home here in Glendora. In the same way that when we asked the question in Azusa or in Duarte, why here and not some other place? It's because that's where they feel like they're at home, they feel safe, and they feel like they can get their needs met.
Great. Thank you. No more other questions.
Thank you, Michael. Mendel?
Mayor, thank you. I'd like to echo what's been said. Debbie, Eric, you guys are just doing an awesome job. The PD is helping, assisting in love and in kindness. We've expanded that team, and so thank you, Chief, for the good work that you're doing. Lastly, we do you know, what's it called, Adam? An annual survey, not an annual survey, a survey every other year. And we listen to that. And I want you to know that not only have we got one plan going, but we're embarking on a couple of other plans. Because this topic, I think, rated number 2 or 3 on our survey.
Yeah, homelessness became the number 1 issue in the community, like many communities, in about 2019. And
Yeah.
we've seen a steady drop in the amount or percentage of our population that thinks it's the top issue. And now it's still in the top 3. But as our numbers have improved, as the council has provided extra services and funded those, we've seen that drop down a little bit.
Right. So my point is, we are attentive to this. We're passionate about it. We're not just kind of sloughing it off. We are hearing what our city says, and we're taking steps to help these folks, accommodate these folks, and improve the lives that each of them have. And I think our numbers show that. So rest assured that you are being heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mendel. Any other questions, comments? Okay. Mr. Bates, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, that brings us to our item 4, but before we start that, I'm seeing some available seating and a lot of people standing. If you'd like to take a seat, please feel free to do so. There's a flag on some of them, but disregard that if that's the case, and please welcome yourself to a chair. Okay, on item 4 is our city council reorganization. And at this point, I would like to recognize City Clerk and Communications Director Kathleen Sessman and turn the meeting over to her to conduct the reorganization. Kathleen?
Thank you, Mayor Friedendahl. At this time, I will conduct the City Council's reorganization and selection of mayor and mayor pro tem for 2026. This reorganization will be effective January 1st of 2026, and as a reminder, nominations do not require a second. First, the selection of mayor. Nominations are now in order for mayor. Are there any nominations?
Madam Clerk, I'd like to speak to this. First of all, I'd like to let everyone know that 4 of us, 4 out of the 5, have held this seat. And this is going to sound bad, but I think we've all done a really fine job. The city continues to flourish. We're probably the strongest we've ever been from a financial standpoint. You just heard a outstanding report. And we are blessed to have the kind of people up here that you've elected to really lead. And so anybody that is in this chair, it's a honor to have that chance to serve. And I want to just say thank you to the 4 of us that have served. Shauna, your day's going to come, and so you are good. But I'd also like to say that this next year is a pivot year. We have enormous things planned, from public works to housing to working with schools, to a lot of different very important goals. This year has been an excellent year in terms of policies and working through all of the new laws. The goal line has come and started up, and imagine the city is still functioning, even though we've learned to stop at red lights. And but this next year is going to be a big year. And in light of that, I feel that stability and consistency And steadfast sort of leadership is important. And so with that, I would like to nominate a person that I think embodies that, and that is David Friedendahl.
Okay, David Friedendahl has been nominated for mayor for the City of Glendora City Council for 2026. Are there any further nominations?
Yes, I'd like to nominate myself. And I'd also kind of like more of an explanation of passing over the Mayor Pro Tem.
So we have 2 nominations for the position of mayor for 2026. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, I will close the nominations for the position of mayor. We will now proceed in the order nominations were received. A nominee receiving a majority vote will be declared mayor. So at this time, I request for the city council to vote for David Friedendahl for mayor for 2026.
Are you asking for
We'll
a voice?
conduct an oral roll call vote.
Oh,
If I can have Karen Davis,
Yes.
Mendel Thompson,
Yes.
David Friedendahl,
Yes.
Michael Alowis,
Note.
Shauna Ellis.
Yes.
Okay. A majority vote was received. Congratulations, David Friedendahl, mayor-elect for 2026. Next, we'll select for and make nominations for the position of Mayor Pro Tem. Nominations are now in order for Mayor Pro Tem. Are there any nominations?
I'll nominate myself.
Are there any other nominations for the position of Mayor Pro Tem for 2026?
Madam Clerk, when I ran for this seat, I made a commitment to this city to do what I could to bridge the divide, and I intend to fulfill that commitment by nominating Karen Davis for Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a motion for the position of Mayor Pro Tem for Michael Alowis and Karen Davis. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed. We will now proceed in the order nominations were received. Again, nominations received, a majority vote will be declared Mayor Pro Tem for 2026. Nominee, Michael Alowis. We will conduct another oral roll call vote. Karen Davis,
No.
Mendel Thompson,
No.
David Friedendahl,
No.
Michael Alowis,
Yes.
and Shauna Ellis.
No.
Nominee Karen Davis. Conduct another oral roll call vote. Karen Davis,
Yes.
Mendel Thompson,
Yes.
David Friedendahl,
Yes.
Michael Alowis,
No.
Shauna Ellis.
Yes.
A majority vote has been received. I hereby declare Karen Davis Mayor Pro Tem for 2026. Congratulations, Mayor Pro Tem-elect. Thank you for your assistance in this process, and at this time, we would like to begin our special presentation honoring the service and leadership of Glendora's 2025 Mayor, David Friedendahl. We are pleased to welcome several distinguished representatives and community partners who are here this evening to recognize Mayor Friedendahl's contributions to the city of Glendora. At this time, I would like to invite our community partners to come forward and present their acknowledgements to Mayor David Friedendahl. Mayor Friedendahl, would you please approach the podium so the present recognitions can be provided? My first representative will be Victoria Paul, representing Supervisor Catherine Barger. Okay. Jack Arton, representing Senator Sasha Perez.
Good evening, esteemed council members and everybody in attendance. My name is Jack Artan with the Office of State Senator Sasha Renee Perez. I just want to thank the mayor for his super welcoming demeanor. I've been representing the city a couple months now, and he's been incredibly welcoming. And I want to thank his exemplary service to the city of Glendora and to the constituents of our district. This has been a difficult year for many in our district, and I think he's been wonderful. And so we do have a certificate on behalf of the mayor. So I want to present this to him, and
Come scoot over this way so you're not under the fire. Thank you.
Zane Aga, representing Congresswoman Chu.
Well, I'm not going to act like it's not a unique circumstance, but I'm certainly happy to have the opportunity to say thank you for your year of service. As a staffer, one of our goals and one of our jobs is to make sure we're able to be connected with the elected officials, but also the community members of Glendora. And you've always been a stalwart statesman of the city of Glendora that we can always turn to and count on. At a personal level, you were one of the only electeds who came to one of the big events we were throwing that I was in charge of. And it always just meant a lot to me. So I just wanted to thank you for your year of service. And I'm really honored to be able to say, on behalf of Congresswoman Judy Chu and the United States House of Representatives, thank you for your service to Glendora.
Thank you.
Catalina Valera, representing Congressman Cisneros.
Hi, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. It's always good to see everyone here. For no one who heard, my name is Catalina Valera. I'm a field representative and caseworker for Congressman Cisneros. Thank you, Mayor, for your remarkable leadership in the community of Glendora. Your dedication to fostering growth and unity among residents has truly made a difference. As we gather tonight to honor you during this reorganization, I express my gratitude for your unwavering commitment and services. And with that, I would like to present you with the certificate on behalf of Congressman Cisneros. Congratulations.
Alexa Sanchez, representing Assemblywoman Blanca Rubio.
Good evening, everyone. David, you didn't tell us that you had a twin. I walked past over here and I saw your beautiful wife, and I almost said, "Why are you up here?" But in all seriousness, thank you so much for being an amazing mayor of 2025 to the city of Glendora. On behalf of Assemblywoman Blanca Rubio, we just want to say thank you to your commitment and dedication to the residents of Glendora, and your leadership along with the city council has been instrumental to making this a great year, and we just saw that in the previous presentation, so thank you again.
Get wine with his brother.
Dr. Dominic DeGrazzi, Superintendent, Glendora Unified School District. Dr. Seth Bond, Assistant Superintendent of Human Services.
Certificate, and I'd like to recognize David for all your support of Charter Oak Unified School District. So on behalf of the school board at Charter Oak, as well as Dr. Danny Kim, who couldn't be here this evening, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to recognize you and your support, again, of the school district in Charter Oak. Thank you.
Josina, President, CEO, Glendora Chamber of Commerce.
Hello again. Mr. Mayor, you're a friend of the chamber, you're a friend to the community, you're a hardworking, citizen, and your work here as city council and mayor is appreciated, and we thank you and look forward to continue to work with you. And on behalf of the Glendora Chamber of Commerce, our board of directors and members, I'd like to present you a certificate. Thank you.
Lisa McFerrin, Executive Director of Strategic Communications, Marketing, and Public Affairs, Citrus College.
Great. Thank you for inviting us to present a certificate. I'd like to also invite our trustee, Stephen Flowers. Our board meets on Tuesdays, and he was able to come because our meeting ended early. Or actually, it ended on time. This meeting starts much later. So if I could invite trustee Flowers to say a few words.
Thank you, Lisa. Mr. Mayor, members of council, friends, each and every one of you, I'd like to point out that for nearly 115 years, the city of Glendora has been blessed by strong leadership of men and women who've sat in that chair as number one. In an unbroken succession from Mayor Brubaker, our first one, our current mayor is Mayor Friedendahl, our once and future mayor, Friedendahl. And I'd like to thank also Lady Friedendahl for her grace and her time and her service to the community of Glendora. So congratulations to you, sir, for an outstanding year, and more to come. Thank you.
Ollie Contos, West Covina City Council Member.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, Mayor-elect, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Madam Mayor Pro Tem-elect, members, distinguished members of the Glendora City Council. My name is Oli Cantos, and I am the new Mayor Pro Tem of the city of West Covina to the southwest of you. On behalf of the 110,647 members of the city of West Covina, I am here tonight to offer my congratulations to all those who have been elected and to extend to all of you a spirit of love and partnership and caring in order for our respective cities to expand our collaboration with one another. For the city of Glendora, since your founding on April 1st, 1887, you have a distinguished history that has attracted residents here, where literally residents have come here, have been born here, who live here, and who die here. There are others who are newer to the community, but whether individuals have been here for generations or are newer to the city, the fact is that you here in the great city of Glendora have a rich history of tradition and love and collaboration. And even in spite of times of disagreement and strife, the fact is that you as a city continue to be strong and continue to be resilient. And as is true for my home city of West Covina, no matter what happens, we keep moving forward step by careful step. So this evening, as I extend to all of you my deepest congratulations, and as our city of West Covina congratulates you for your reorganization, I also wish to offer not only a hand of ongoing friendship and support, but also express my eagerness in working with all five of you in a spirit of collaboration to continue making a difference in the lives of our respective communities together as we move forward in hope and in joy with all that is to come. Thank you all so very much.
if we've been seeing
Two
you
more
guys in the last month, it'd be pretty good, huh? That's right.
Assistant Chief Steve Cabrera.
Good evening, Mayor Friedendahl. So I felt like I had to come up here tonight and just to, on behalf of the fire department, I just want to thank you for your dedicated year of service. But I really wanted to come up here because you, sir, the way you recognize your Glendora firefighters, you reach out, you say hi, you shake their hands, that actually builds that sense of community in my firefighters, and it strengthens their ability to proudly serve the residents of Glendora. So I really want to recognize you for that. Thank you so much. We look forward to continuing our collaboration and working with you in the future, and congratulations on your election night, and congratulations, Mayor Pro Tem. Other than that, enjoy your next year, and thank you so much.
Mayor Friedendahl, following the community recognitions that you've received, the City Council and the city staff would like to present Mayor Friedendahl with the Mayor's Gavel plaque to represent his service for 2025. This plaque represents our sincere appreciation for your leadership, dedication, and service to the Glendora community throughout 2025.
You're going to take this and go up there and take a picture with your colleagues. Thank you on behalf of staff. We really appreciate it. But if you wouldn't mind, council, can we take a picture with the mayor? After you take a picture, we will.
Mayor Friedendahl, at this time, we would provide you with a bouquet of flowers to present to your lovely wife, Maria Friedendahl, and the Friedendahl family, thanking them for their support, encouragement throughout your term.
You want to take those two?
This concludes our presentations. Mayor David Friedendahl, and we invite you to make your comments.
Thank you, Kathleen. First of all, it's been an amazing year of, wow, how did we get it done? Well, we got it done with the fabulous team of support. It wasn't about me, it was about this team, and it's all about for the city. So thank you for that. The mayor's hat is large, and it's still too big, so that's a good thing, I hope. I cannot say enough for staff, legal, friends, and colleagues, and tell you what you got to hear when you don't want to hear it, and listen when they don't want to listen, but it's always very good. And the clerk's office, Kathleen, Roxanne, Lorena, Tori, amazing help, and it's been easy as you could make it as easy, so thank you for that. My colleagues are amazing. It's been a good share. that fire hose never gets less. It's just more and more, guaranteed. I do have some family here today I'd like to introduce. The secret's out, so before you throw stones, make sure which one you get us. But obviously, you saw my wife, Maria, thank you, and we do ask each other every night or every morning, home for dinner, or when will I see you tonight? It's busy paths going many directions, so it's not always, sometimes it's, I'll see you tomorrow. My two brothers and their wives, Dana and Cindy, thank you. Came from Points East. And he's the nice one, I'm the good-looking one, so you can figure it out. Another brother, Paul, and his wife, Sue. Great supporters, and we learned a long time ago, we never made money, but we were great volunteers somewhere, so it's a good passion. My son, Derek, and his wife, Ileana, thank you for joining us. And a great friend, longtime friend in the dinner club, if you will, Linda Lafine, so thank you so much. All the elected representatives that have become great friends, thank you for your recognition. It's remarkable. And Oli, stay in the middle of the road in West Covina, you'll get them fixed, I guarantee it. So thank you for that. With that, thank you all, and let's get back to work. Oh, do we want 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and do
Yes.
some pictures? Okay. Yeah, let's do some pictures.
Please help yourself to the cookies and
Yeah,
the
cookies, I'm
water.
not taking them home. Eat. I guess must be something was said.
I know, you guys are here.
All right.
Fun is over.
Back to work.
Well, not true. Well, thank you all and for the humbling support for another term. Unexpected.
Mr. Mayor, can I just take 1 second to say, I concur with everything everyone said, but I have to say for me personally, and I don't have any reference point other than you, since this is my first year that I just finished, but I have to say you have been such a great leader for us. I have been so impressed. This year for me personally was extremely hard, and you were so gracious and so kind to me, and I really appreciate it, and looking forward to having you at the helm for another year.
Thank you, Shauna. It's humbling. Okay. Moving along to our consent calendar, items 5 through 11. Items on the consent calendar may be enacted with one motion without individual discussion unless a member of the board wishes to remove or separate for discussion. Does anyone wish to pull an item?
No, but I have a question I'd like to ask.
Okay, that's fair. Please do.
Adam, on item number 11 for the DLR.
Yes.
We're increasing from 64,000 to 103. How does that work? Does it go any thresholds for requirement to do bids?
So when we went out, we started the original process with the contract. So we're within the original scope and the purchasing process that went in, which I don't have off the top of my head, but no, that doesn't trigger any automatic rebidding of the entire project. So we were building on the work at council direction with that firm that we had already undertaken for the changes to the layouts of a potential future civic center and with some animation to provide people some more scaling and scoping of the project, sort of the size and interpretation with the sidewalk and the original city hall. So it's more of a continuation of the services that were already provided in that case.
And we're able to do that then?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Then I'll move items 5 through 11.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, before we vote, I'd like to identify the item 9, the ratification of the Business Improvement District Advisory Board to select or to fill an unscheduled vacancy was provided to us under a second cover, or separate cover, and it will be included in the packet. With that, we have a motion by Michael and a second by Karen. Please vote. Items 5 through 11 pass favorably with a unanimous vote. Brings us to new business, item number 12, Senate Bill 707 by Durazo, open meetings, meeting and teleconference requirements. And I'd like to invite back City Clerk Kathleen Sussman to try to explain this all to us. Good luck.
Good evening, Mayor Friedendahl and council members. Tonight, I'm here to provide an overview of Senate Bill 707, its impacts on the city's public meeting rules and protocols, and the policy and request policy direction that we will need to implement and ensure compliance. To provide you with a little bit of background, the City of Glendora's public meeting rules were last updated in 2024 through Resolution CC 2024-36. Senate Bill 707 was signed into law on October 2025, and its reforms will roll out from 2026 through 2029. To maintain compliance, the city must revise its rules, update procedures, and determine how these requirements will apply not only to the city council, but also to the city council appointed boards and commission. SB 707 introduces the most significant Brown Act reform the city has seen since 2020. Some of the main components or the main areas of SB 707 involve teleconferencing, hybrid participation, translations, and accessibility requirements. And it also makes amendments to social media rules as well as disruption policies. The next couple of slides will outline the 3 main categories of reform that will require changes. The first of these is the teleconferencing requirements. There are 7 main components: new requirements for remote participation, disability-based teleconferencing accommodations will continue, just cause remote participation will extend through 2029. New rules may also apply to advisory boards. This will be a decision we will be requesting from the City Council later on in this presentation. Phone and video access requirements for eligible legislative bodies, a 1-hour pause requirement if public access fails. And then the 7th one is remote disruption procedures must be formally established. The next area was hybrid participation. Some of the main components there'll be new expectations for public access via phone and video. Protocols must be addressed, material distributed and continuity during outages. And it will also have both a physical paper component along with an electronic, whether people attend virtually or in person. And the third main component are the translations and accessibility requirements. The translation and accessibility requirements for the agendas when statutory thresholds are met. Multilingual content is going to be required on the city's website. Interpretations, assistance, and requirements are also going to be expected. Currently, the city does not meet the translating threshold, but it is very close and it's just a matter of time. So staff will be requesting that the City Council provide direction on whether to proactively begin translating before thresholds are met or to wait until that threshold is reached. It should be noted that translations become mandatory once the ACS threshold is met. So ongoing monitoring of the ACS data for the Spanish language threshold will be continued. Now the fun part of the presentation. The City Council the city staff is requesting council direction on 7 different areas that are outlined before you tonight. The first one is to whether allow teleconferencing under the expanded SB 707 rules and whether boards and commissions will also be eligible, the level and scope of the hybrid access, phone, video, and whether these expectations extend to advisory bodies, whether the city should begin offering Spanish translations before statutory thresholds are reached, and to what extent these services apply beyond City Council. 4, whether to adopt two disruptive behavior standards, one for in-person and one for remote, or update to a single uniform policy. 5, how SB 707 permanent social media provisions should be incorporated into the city's public meeting rules. 6 is expectations for the boards of the commissions regarding hybrid access, translations, and engagement requirements. And 7, expectations surrounding outage procedures, interpretation requests, multilingual participation information, electronic materials, and broader outreach to unrepresented communities. This slide just briefly outlines and provides a timeline from the signing of SB 707 through the end of 2029, which is when the bill will tentatively end. This slide is just meant to give you a brief overview. Staff is recommending that the city council get direction, that the city staff get direction from city council on those 7 main areas, and then return to council with a draft resolution on how we plan to implement and ensure compliance by the July 1st deadline. The following matrix highlights categories, the requirements, the effective dates, and then whose local decision it is, or how the city council would like to move forward with that. So in closing, tonight I'm requesting that the city council review the 7 main components, requesting for and provide council direction to us for policies moving forward, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. And to make things a little easier, here's the 7 items.
Thank you, Kathleen. Much to comprehend, absolutely. So I'll bring it back for any questions or comments, and begin with Michael.
Thank you. So I attended a webinar yesterday from League of California Cities, and they had mentioned that there's going to be quite a few amendments next year. So that can really change the landscape of which direction we're going to go. So that could be an issue. They mentioned this a little bit in the presentation yesterday, if the translations need to be certified? They said, basically, it said in some of the information that I read that we have to do a best effort.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, just wanted to be clarity for that. And let's see, what was the other ones? It references the American Community Survey data for Glendora, which is 18.2% Spanish speaking with 8.4 Asian, and Pacific Islanders are in that as well as 8.4. But of the 18.2% of the Spanish speaking, 22.9% of the English less than very well. Does that actually go over the top of that?
No. So the council does not need to adopt any changes to allow for English translation of the agenda and English translation services, but given the upcoming demographic changes in the city, it is likely that that threshold will be exceeded sometime soon.
So to add a little more flavor, and I think what you're asking is, it's a 2-part test.
Right.
So the first part has to be over 20% of predominantly speaking a different language than English at home. And then of that group, more than 20% have to not speak English very well. So we meet the second component, but not the primary component. Although when you look back at the various ACS data, we're approaching that 20% threshold rapidly. So not required as we sit here today, but as they release more information in the next year or two, we'll probably hit that threshold. So the city clerk's office has been taking a look at translation services and other things that our various platforms have to offer. And that is something that we'll need to be testing in the background. It's a matter of time, and unless that provision changes, as you mentioned in the Cal Cities webinar, that there will be amendments. I don't know what some of the amendments will be, but it could be that is one of them, or they lower thresholds or what have you. But it is something that we're taking a look at now. Kathleen, would you mind sharing some of the solutions that we've taken a look at, both in broadcasting and in agenda management?
So through the agenda management system right now, the system does actually have a way to convert the agenda itself into different languages, not just Spanish. So we are looking at that and testing that out for accuracies. And we are doing some of the same testing with a lot of our audio-video equipment that is used to record the meetings, whether it's closed captioning, and seeing how that translation shows up during the meetings. These are all things we're still working on. Nothing has been launched or gone live with. It's just areas that we're looking at, because we do have, at this point, we do have the ability to do some translation services. The agenda management system is currently translating the agenda, but none of the attachments or the staff reports, just for your information. It is not required. But those are all steps that most agenda management systems are actually moving towards anyways.
So there's new requirements for outreach to the public, for more participation. What does that look like?
We would have to come back, and that's we would have to come back with a plan on how we want to approach that, and whether it's get agendas out to different locations. We've talked about reaching out to a lot of churches, schools, and seeing if they will partner with us to allow for some of that information to be shared. We'll reach out to our community partners but a lot of it will depend on the demographics and the numbers as we see them, on where we reach out and how that looks.
There was one item here that didn't make sense to me because of past practices. Compensation for city employees cannot be discussed in closed session, only open session. Doesn't make sense.
I believe the exact language was more of a clarification that the final terms of a contract must be done in a regularly scheduled meeting. I know.
And not a special meeting.
Yeah, not a special meeting. So I think we sometimes hold closed session in a special session because it starts prior to our 6 p.m. start time. But so similar to the items later on in the agenda, it's being held at a regularly scheduled meeting, and it will be not on consent, but actually a discussion item, and the terms will be straight. How we practice that here is already in compliance with the Brown Act.
Yeah.
Some agencies do not do what we do here.
Okay, so this is only referencing then final decisions.
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Mendel?
Oh, boy. Here's what I would say. 1, no. 2, no. 3, prepare for. 4, do a across the board uniform way. 5, 6, and 7, I would like our attorney and staff to bring back things. Thank you, I'm done. Well, I'm really not done, but I voiced my opinion. I voiced my opinion this morning at 8 o'clock, so.
You're reading between the lines. Karen?
Thank you. Yeah, I was just a little confused about number 1 because it says whether the city council will allow teleconference participation under SB 707's expanded rules. I thought if it's the law that we don't have an option, so.
You can read an interpretation that way, and I'll let the city attorney expand, but the actual requirement is to the city council body only. Boards and commissions are not applicable under the new changes. So I know there is some legalese that went into some of that determination, but the policy decision, if you want to expand the same.
So the question is whether we want to expand it beyond the city council, not whether or not we want to do it. So maybe just the way that's written. That's what was
Yes,
confusing.
but for advisory bodies that are established by the council, that the council establishes, like,
Planning commission.
well, no, not planning commission, like the bid board advisory body. So for that, so what the law allows is for you to establish full teleconferencing and remote access by the advisory body. However, in that case, you would have to make written findings in the record and then reapprove those findings every 6 months. So there are different options for the Brown Act is always applied to legislative bodies. right? And so it applies across the board. SB 707 has changed the rules to apply different standards to what type of body that we're talking about. Is it a city council? Is it a planning commission, or is it an advisory body? And there's different rules for what is required. For the city council, which is the primary thrust of SB 707 is directed towards the city council and the changes that are made. And so for the city council, you have to allow for audio or
Video.
yeah, audio or video teleconferencing, and or both. And so that's primarily the question here, and then you could establish that also for for the planning commission or other commissions.
So my no was for the others.
Okay.
I understood that the council had to abide, but I don't, so, not to interrupt Karen, but I just wanted to.
No, but it was just
But
confusing.
my no
the way
was
that-
for all the other boards.
Yeah.
Commissions.
So can we ask if we offer an audio video, a teleconferencing, that the camera has to participate as well as the audio? So we can see the party?
No. You can't ask for that. You can't, you're correct, thank you.
So I would say, with having staff in mind and all the changes, that at this point in time, do what is required by the law, but not ask you to extend beyond that to minimize your effort and workload. And then because we are, approaching that threshold for the translation, just continue to explore that so you don't get to that threshold and say, oh my gosh, what do we do now? So that you have that plan in your back pocket. And then again, the same as Mr. Thompson said, a uniform disruption policy, because I think it's confusing to have two different ones. And then again, however best we need to incorporate the ever-changing SB 707, given the fact there may be some amendments, but how best to implement that for 5, 6, and 7.
Thank you, Karen. Shauna?
I concur with what Mendel and Karen have said. Mendel and I had a long conversation about this during our briefing this morning, so I feel like all of my questions were answered then, but I concur with what they both said.
Okay, thank you. I shared yesterday, and my concerns are staffing requirements and cost, okay? And of course, it's a state mandate that never covers those. And I'm probably pretty bold in saying that the state legislature and the state senate, or state assembly and the state senate, don't have to worry about any of this, do they? No. Okay. Yeah. So I would certainly agree that let's keep it as simple as possible, and at this point, not burden the other boards and commissions with this. Certainly agree with the where is it? The disruptive behavior, standardize that, just turn it off if it's.
Do we have to wait until the next census to see if we get over that threshold for?
No, you can do this at any time. You're the only issue is you're required to adopt the changes here. Basically, just the minimum threshold is that you just have to translate the agenda into Spanish, and that only takes effect once you meet that threshold.
Right, but we're just right there right now.
A little bit of extra detail. The American Community Survey data is produced every year. So that supplements the census. So if you went on census.gov, I believe, and typed in, you could find the city profile for the city of Glendora, any city, and you can click on it. And then depending on the data that you looked at, you can get American Community Service data, some of it as recent as 2024, but mostly complete for 23. So I don't have the details on how those tables are all done and in what frequency, but some of the information, including language, is done every year. Now, whether the information there is a year old or 2 years old is ancillary to the fact, but they release new data each and every year. So
then are we required to look at that every year to see if we hit
that is
number?
correct. So as soon as that requirement gets done, we'll be required. It's as cities, and as you know from sitting on the webinar, have looked at this, there are issues like, hey, is it day one or is there a grace period? How does this work? Depending on the size of your city, the data gets released at different intervals. So there's a whole host of issues, as you pointed out, but we'll keep an eye on this.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, and, transparency, I think, is fair to obviously accommodate our community. So if there's language needs, then by all means, but, the voters have a whole bunch of ballots available in lots of different languages. So this could grow to be something that's, is very burdensome. I'm concerned for that, so I guess we need to watch that, and perhaps we don't have another threshold approaching it on a different language. I don't know, but
Currently, yeah, it's up
certainly many
to,
here.
it's up to, right now, the law reads it's up to 3 languages. Even if you have 5 different languages that meet the threshold requirements, you don't have to translate 3. But City of Glendora only has 1 language that would
Well, it's
possibly
nice that we
apply.
have facilities, systems now that could do that. The audiovisual part, that's going to, this discussion being translated in closed captions, that'd be a burden that'd be tough to navigate, so. I guess we'll
Well,
have
the
to learn
system
about that.
already is doing closed caption, providing that service.
Oh.
And some of the things we were looking at was having iPads where a user could actually select the language, and then the closed captioning, instead of showing up in English, would just show up in the language being requested by that particular person visiting. From a remote standpoint, they already have, theoretically, they will have that ability to select the languages they want to see everything in once this new technology goes live. It's not currently available, but it's close.
Okay, all right, well, and, now I'll concur with the recommendations of what we've heard before, is that if we can go that direction. All right. Can I entertain a motion to accept the discussed recommendations?
So moved.
Does staff have all that information?
Yes, and we'll be back before the council with a proposed resolution on some of those changes. So if we miss the mark, we'll get corrected at that point. But I'm pretty sure with the comments this evening, and we have pretty clear direction on how to move forward.
Okay, great.
Didn't sound like anyone was that apart from each other on how to implement this, so.
May I get a second?
Second.
Second by Mendel, thank you. Please vote. Item 12 passes unanimously, 5-0. Thank you very much. Item 13, an update on citywide pavement and sign study and review of pavement management program. And our favorite rock star, Valerie Velasquez Santoya. Welcome.
Mayor, good evening, council. So tonight I'm going to walk you through the city's updated pavement management program. This is going to be a big picture look at how our streets are doing and what it will take to get them and keep them in good condition over the long term. So maintaining and improving city infrastructure continues to be a priority of the city, as it is included in the 2025-2027 Goals and Action Plan once again, specifically Goal 4 with sustainable infrastructure, and Action 4.1 is to complete the pavement management program, which we'll be able to check that one off after tonight. In addition, the 2025 Community Survey reinforces the priority, as improving streets, roads, and related infrastructure was one of the common responses given when asked what the city can do to make Glendora a better place. So tonight's PMP is going to update past reports that were conducted in 2015 and 2020. It was included in the 2024-2025 budget and it was prepared by Bucknam Infrastructure Group, which also prepared the 2020 PMP. So the purpose of this PMP is to clearly identify current pavement conditions, outline maintenance and rehabilitation needs, and establish funding strategies. Most importantly, this report is going to allow the city to make data-driven decisions when selecting projects for our capital improvement program. So as we go through the program tonight, or this report, we're going to take a look at the street networks. We're going to look at how the PMP was updated, take a look at the survey results, some funding scenario assessments, finding and recommendations, and then finally what we recommend going forward. So Glendora has 163.4 centerline miles of streets. That's over 30.6 million square feet of pavement with an estimated reconstruction value of $439 million. That number represents the replacement cost if the street network were to be rebuilt today. Most of our network, as you can see from the table, about 65% is made up of residential streets. These streets are most in need of reinvestment, mostly because they are the largest portion of the system, and they naturally are deteriorating over time. So here we see just kind of basically what Bucknam did to go ahead and prepare the pavement management program. They went ahead and assessed the existing pavement network, taking a look at segments over the entire city. They updated work histories, did a walking field inspection of our streets, developed rehabilitation strategies with life cycle analysis, forecasted future pavement preventative and rehabilitation costs, and then developed a 5 to 7 year plan based on available budget and our desired goals. So as mentioned, walking condition surveys were done. They were done in June of 2025. Bucknam also performed true area calculations to improve the accuracy of both PCI scoring and financial estimates. 10% of the segments were also resurveyed for quality control to ensure reliability of the data. And results of this survey generates a PCI for each of the road segments. Each segment received a score between 0 to 100, as you can see on the chart here, with 0 being pretty much a failed street that has no more life, and 100 being basically a brand new street in very good condition. So getting to the results, the table at the bottom gives a breakdown of the different segments, but overall with the weighted determination, the PCI for 2025 came out to 63.2. Now it's a slight dip from 65.4, which we had in 2020, but we are still very have a strong holding in fair category. And this is important because holding steady is actually, it reflects a lot of work, especially because the street network is continuously deteriorating. Given the age of our local street system, holding the PCI relatively steady over the last 5 years is actually a strong outcome. Between 2020 and today, we completed a number of overlays, slurry seals, and water and street combined projects, totaling roughly 32 center line miles over the past 6 years. Last year, we had a large slurry seal project of more than 7 centerline miles, driving last year's total alone up to 12.5 miles. On average, over those past 6 years, we resurfaced about 5 miles per year. But without going too much detail, I wanted to say that don't put too much emphasis and value into the miles because it doesn't really give the total picture. You know, some streets have two lanes, some have 4 lanes, some have on-street parking, some don't. So what we try to do really is take a look at the overall square footage. But just to give a big picture idea, I wanted to provide you with just a general idea about 5 miles on average over the past few years. Again, I just wanted to emphasize that if we hadn't done all of these works, all of those projects, our PCI would most likely have dropped into a poor condition. So holding steady is a great accomplishment. So here is a overview of the PCI map and the different street networks. It is color coordinated or with each category given a color. So you got red for the very poor and blue for the very good. You'll see a lot of yellow in there. That's because that's where we predominantly fell. We have a PCI of fair, and so you'll see a lot of yellow in this map. You'll see that we do have some of our arterials have benefited from recent projects, but the large area of residential neighborhoods still need some overlays and reconstruction as we move forward. So also wanted to go ahead and do some comparison, just how we lie with other cities, how we lie with the county and the state. So looking at the numbers across the county and the state, we're very similar. LA County averaged about 66, state averaged about 65. So our PCI of 63.2 is very much in line with trends we're seeing elsewhere. Here on this slide, we see the treatment types that are used depending on pavement condition. Preventative maintenance, which is referred on this slide as global maintenance, such as slurry seals and cape seals, applies to streets primarily in the fair to good range. Major rehabilitation, overlays, or reconstruction is required once streets fall into the lower PCI ranges. We focus primarily on maintaining streets at or above 65 wherever possible, because that threshold drives the best balance between cost and long-term performance. Once streets fall below 65, the cost to rehabilitate them increases significantly, and that's why timely maintenance is essential. So the PMP modeled 4 different funding scenarios, from simply maintaining the PCI to 63 to raising the PCI to 65, 67, or 70. The scenarios illustrate how much investment is needed on an annual basis and how investment levels directly affect the pace of deterioration and the growth of deferred maintenance. All funding scenarios are included in the comprehensive PMP report in your packet, but for this presentation, we'll focus on improving the PCI from 63 to 67 or 70. So here in this slide, we go ahead and see that in order to reach a PCI of 67 over a 5-year period, the average annual investment is about $8.38 million for a total of $41.9 million over the 5-year period. Similarly, to reach a PCI 7, slightly larger dollar amount, it's approximately $8.42 million annually, but this is over a 7-year period to make sure we solidify that 70 PCI for a total of $58.9 million to reach a PCI of 70. So on this slide, we're going to go ahead and see what the current planned funding is versus what is needed to raise the PCI to 67 or 70. To move from fair to good, a consistent annual investment of $8.4 million is required. This is a lot of money, of course, but investing at that level is fiscally prudent. Early maintenance avoids exponentially higher cost of reconstruction later. So you'll see here in this table that we currently have about $5.4 million budgeted over the 5-year, or proposed over the 5-year CIP budget. Again, we need about $8.4 million to get to the good range and reach a PCI of 67 or 70. So we can see that the gap is about $3 million per year. Considering what our funding gap is, we want to take a look at our funding sources. So this table will show the dedicated transportation revenues, including gas tax, Prop C, road maintenance and rehabilitation funds, Measure M and Measure R, the Community Development Block Grant, Local Service Transportation Program. Combined, these revenues provide about $6.7 to $7.3 million annually, but only a portion of it goes to actual street pavement work. These sources also have to cover additional items such as sidewalks, ADA ramps, traffic signals, signing, striping, and other mobility and safety needs. I'll also highlight that while not on this table, water projects also help us stretch street dollars. Water Fund typically pays for 1 lane of paving, the lane that's directly above the water trenching. That means for many of our combined water street projects, we're effectively getting part of the paving costs covered by the Water Fund. That's not shown on this table because it depends on what we're doing that year. So it's not always a recurring addition. And then we also have measures E and Z. These measures have significantly strengthened the city's financial stability. Measure E alone has directly funded over $4 million in capital projects. While Measure E funds are not restricted for streets, they can be considered as part of a future funding strategy. So to improve our PCI from fair to good, consistent investment is key, as we mentioned. If we move closer to that 8.4 million target, we can slow down deterioration, reduce long-term reconstruction costs, and make real progress towards the good range. Closing that $3 million gap and investing at that 8.4 million can avoid the exponentially higher costs later. So I've said a couple times now that investing early can avoid higher costs later, and timing is essential. The graph here is the classic pavement deterioration curve that explains that statement. Early maintenance, like slurry seals, is the most cost-effective thing we can do. The graph here shows that when you resurface a street that's still in the fair to good range, we can reset the clock, taking it from a PCI of, say, 65 to 70, and bring it back to 100, extending the life span and maintaining it at a lower cost. When we look, let's see here. Let me go back. Okay, so as the slide is entitled Timeliness Matters, a dollar spent early can save $6 to $10 later. When PCI falls below the 65 PCI range to repair, the cost of repair increases exponentially. For example, a slurry seal covering about a mile of a residential street can cost $50,000 to $60,000, whereas reconstructing that street with a grind and overlay might cost $400,000 to $500,000. That's why you'll often see us treating streets that don't look too bad first. Good streets are cheapest to preserve and provide the highest return on investment. So the key takeaways are PCI is stable and remains in the fair range at 63.2 despite a large and aging network. Roughly 1/3 of our streets are still in good to very good condition. We should have a goal of making that be 50% of the system. Over half of the network now needs overlay or reconstruction. Arterials have benefited from recent work, but residential streets are now where we need to start investing a little stronger. Staff recommends that we establish a citywide goal of reaching PCI 67 within the next 5 years. This provides a great foundation if we want to continue over the next 2 for a total of 7 to reach a PCI of 70. To do this again will require $8.4 million annual investment in street paving. We also recommend continuing a balanced approach, improving poor streets while also protecting mid-range streets before they decline. Inspections should occur every 3 years, and the PMP budget should be reevaluated every 2 as we do our budget. And to the extent that we can, we should leverage water and street project coordination to maximize our dollars. So in getting towards the closing, to summarize, our PCI is holding steady because of the work we've done. If we hadn't invested in recent years, we would very likely be in the poor range today. Our long-term trend shows improvement. PCI in 2015 was 62.5. In 2018, it was 59, and today we are at 63.2. We also have some major water and street projects coming, including Colorado, Cypress, Glendora Avenue, and Lone Hill, which will improve nearly 1 million square feet of pavement, roughly about 4.5 miles, and help boost our PCI in the next cycle. So again, next steps, we want to continue to invest in our street pavement network. Staff will utilize this pavement management report as a data-driven framework that will enable us to make data-driven decisions for prioritizing maintenance and rehabilitation. And we also plan to go ahead and use GIS to go ahead and align the PMP recommendations along with the water master plan and evaluate timing opportunities to combine water and street projects where possible. And following tonight's receive and file, staff will return to council with future funding recommendations to help achieve our PCI goal. So again, tonight, the recommendation is to receive and file the 2025 Pavement Management Program update. Lots of information and available for any questions.
Thank you, Valerie. Lots of information. You're good, and good successes hidden in there as well. So thank you very much. Bring back for questions and comments. Karen?
No, thank you for all that information. And just as you shared, if the roof starts to have a little leak, the longer you wait, the more of a mess you have later. So thank you for laying out that timeline, and look forward to holding the street steady.
Thank you, Karen. Mendel?
I would echo what Karen just said, an excellent report. I would support all of the 7 points that you and staff have indicated that we should do, and I hope that we can do that by taking funds from other sources and increasing that, or getting grants to do that. But clearly, roads are things that we all hear about. I met with a couple guys just this week, and they were chirping about roads, and I think we all have. And I know that there's some big things that this next year, you guys are going to be doing. But this is an excellent update, so thank you. Good job.
Thank you, Mendel. Shauna?
Thank you, Valerie. Very comprehensive report, tons of information. I thoroughly appreciate the coordination that goes into the streets and water projects to save us money. I think that's great. I do have concerns about potentially utilizing Measure E and Z funding. I think we've made some good progress with public safety with those funds. So I don't know if we can maybe lean more towards grant opportunities, to help find some funding for it. But yeah, I live on a street that is, I think it's red. So I'm very familiar with some of the issues that we have on our streets, and we do. I think all of us probably hear from residents about the streets. It's slow and steady for sure, but appreciate all the hard work and information that you provided.
Thank you, Shauna. Michael?
Thank you, Valerie. Very nice report. It's one of the nicer ones we received. In the report, it says we spent over $15 million, almost, 15.931 on roads to date. But I know that we have actually allocated probably over $10 million over, I think, the last budgets or so. Do we have in the pipeline right now monies that are not spent that's already been allocated for roads?
I'd have to look. We may have, I think in the budget table, I do show some funds that have been carried over for some projects that we're working on.
Maybe they're still in engineering and haven't been out to bid or anything of that nature?
Potentially, I'd have to double look, but that's possible.
So our number actually could go up a little bit with the money we already have invested.
Yes, I think that's part of the staff report that mentions, in the part of the staff report that mentions we have about 1 million square feet that's sort of underway. And I think the point that you're raising is actually a good one, is sometimes we have to save money over a 2-year period and 2-year cycle to get larger projects done. What's not included in the report is, and part of the reason why we try to commingle the water and street projects where we can, is that when we do a water project, we have to pave a portion of that street and spend money. And so those dollars spent in that area are not specifically in those amounts. So where we can do a water project and a streets project, as this council may remember, we provided all of you with some pretty detailed cost estimates in engineering for streets when we talked about the assessment of both the Civic Center and city facilities, and we talked about the better price that we actually got on both when we did those projects together. So part of your question really relates to our ability, especially in the future, to try to get as many of the projects that we can co-term together, which is why you're seeing some of the other utility work on Glendora Avenue right now. So yes, it's both of those things.
Last question. On the, when you select the roads to fix, if you selected one that was closer to the 0 and fixed that, doesn't that rapidly raise a PCI rate as opposed to something in the middle that you fix or slurry seal or whichever that would only incrementally raise the PCI rate?
Not necessarily, because it's a,
No.
I can hear Bill, yeah.
we have a very large street network, right? And that's probably just going to be a very small portion. And then keep in mind, too, that the cost to reconstruct something at zero is exponentially higher than something that is
Sure.
in the fair. So we're probably going to do a much smaller area for what our budget is at that time.
Okay, great, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Great, thank you, Michael. I would encourage and look forward to, obviously, the completion of the water system GIS program so we can overlay it and learn which targets to aim for with those benefits. So that's always fun to look forward to. So
Yep,
look
that's
forward to
exciting.
hearing more about that and then putting the two together and learning what your recommendations become. So thank you for that. With that, I'll entertain a motion to receive and file.
So moved?
By Michael,
Second.
by Mendel, and now is this, you've got a recommendation of a target, the 5-year plan, I think, to get
It's
to
just a receive and
67.
file at this
Okay.
point, but we'll go back and.
That's kind of
Yeah.
the goal you're aiming toward.
Yeah, the goal is really over 2 periods of time, both 5 and 7 years. So the 5-year term to get to 67 and the 7-year to get to 70.
Okay.
So it's about the same dollar amount, that you'd have to
Each
invest
year,
those
yeah.
extra 2 years to get
Okay.
there.
Very good. I'll ask us to please cast our vote. Motion carries unanimously as a pass. Thank you very much. All right, brings us to item 14, consideration of an agreement with California Skate Parks, Inc. for resurfacing of the Finkbeiner Park Skate Park in the amount not to exceed $98,500. And presenting 8-day short timer, Mr. John Aguirre.
Yes.
Welcome, John.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to ask for the approval of the agreement for resurfacing of Finkbeiner Park Skate Park. A little history. That's a picture of a young John Aguirre at the opening of the skate park in 1999. In the mid-1990s, the youth of Glendora came to the city council and stated that there was nothing for them to do in Glendora, and the city council established a mayor's youth committee. After a couple of years of meeting, the first project was the skate park. In 1998, the city council approved the design and construction of Finkbeiner Park Skate Park. The park opened in February of 1999. The skate park was built by California Landscape and Design, now known as California Skate Parks. Another project that came out of the Mayor's Youth Committee in 2003 was the Crather Teen and Family Center. This was a very successful committee that we put together. From the 2000s to 2020s, staff would do routine maintenance and safety inspections. And in 2024, City Council approved the CIP funding for fiscal year 2025-26 in resurfacing and repairing of the skate park. Staff reached out to the original builder and asked for a quote. The project will include crack ceilings, which includes cleaning and vacuuming cracks and applying sealant. One of the main features in the park is the pyramid, and it will be demolished and rebuilt. Concrete flat work, remove and replace about 1,500 square feet of concrete decking. We will saw cut and patch about 10 locations, and repainting of the steel edges, coping and rails, clean and apply 2 coats of cold galvanizing compound, and refinishing some of the concrete ledges. The total cost for the project is about $98,500. The project should take about a month to a month and a half to complete. The skate park is a highly utilized facility, and these upgrades will restore the facility's safety and appearance. The recommendations tonight was approve the agreement with California Skate Parks Incorporated for resurfacing and repairing of the Finkbeiner Park Skate Park in the amount of $98,500, and authorize the city manager as designee to execute the agreement with California Skate Parks. This concludes my last staff report. And if you have any questions.
Thank you, John. And before I open up to questions, I will share that I stopped in and visited with John yesterday, and he affirmed that following a couple of the youth presentations and public comment, that he did reach back to some of those and incorporate many of the repairs that they asked for. So thank you for taking the public's information in trust and putting that into the program. So great. With that, anybody have any questions, comments? Mendel?
Well, thank you for your last outstanding staff report. You have ended well.
Thank you.
Do you still have that famous shirt?
I do have a skate park shirt. Yes, I
Okay,
do.
I figured that
Yeah,
you
it has
might.
holes in it, but it is still there.
It is still there. And the legacy of your famous short still
Yes, they're
still continue. Excellent report, John. Thank you.
Yes, and as someone who served on that youth task force, it's very exciting now to see the second generation of work being done there. So, yay.
Yes.
Thank you. Shauna?
Braden's at hockey right now, but I'm very excited to see him when I get home to let him know that we're doing this, so that I have something great to share with him. I would love to move recommendations 1 and 2.
Okay. Michael, do you have any questions?
No, but John, it's just been amazing working with you, and I know you're going to miss us. But while you're on, but you've been an incredible asset, and I was so happy when you were appointed as the director. It made a lot of us very, very happy. So Godspeed in your retirement.
Thank you.
And I will second that
All right.
motion.
Motion by Shauna and a second by Karen. Invite us to please vote. Looks like motion carries unanimously, 5-0. Thank you very much. Brings us to item 15. A memorandum of understanding between the City of Glendora and Glendora Management Association for a 3-year term of January 1, 2026 through December 31, 2028. And looks like Jacqueline Brown's going to be our presenter. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jacqueline Clark, formerly Brown. Human Resources.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Human Resources Analyst out of the Admin Services Department. Tonight, I'll be presenting the Glendora Management Association's Memorandum of Understanding. On November 24th of 2025, GMA informed the city of their membership's vote to accept the negotiated terms as outlined. The contract term is going to be a 3-year term ending December 31st of 2028. The wages, the group will see a 9% total wage increase over the term of the contract with 3% each year. The cafeteria plan will see an increase of $300 per month over the term of the contract, so 100, 100, 100 for each year. Deferred compensation, the city will match up to $50 per pay period with a maximum of $1,200 per year. And longevity pay would be increasing by $500 each year for each of our 3 tiers, 5 years, 10 years, and 15 years of service. The total cost of the proposed MOU is projected at $1.6 million. At this time, a draft copy of the MOU is attached to the staff report. Tonight, we seek City Council's approval of the negotiated terms and conditions and to authorize the city manager to execute the agreement and any and all non-substantive changes to the draft MOU.
Okay. Thank you, Jacqueline. Any questions? No questions? May I get a motion to?
So moved.
Second.
By Michael, second by Mendel. Invite us to please vote. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Brings us to our next item, 16. Again, a MOU to approve changes to compensation and benefits for the executive staff for the 3-year term, January 1, 2026 through December 31, 2028. Presenting Jacqueline Clark.
Thank you. Good evening again, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jacqueline Clark, Human Resources Analyst out of the Admin Services Department. Tonight, I'll be presenting the Executive Management Salary and Benefit Schedule. It is a 3-year term ending December 31st of 2028. Wages, executives are moving to a salary schedule and will receive approximately 3% each year of the contract. Executive management bonus is currently capped at $10,000, and this would increase it to a cap of $15,000. Floating holidays, currently they have 8 hours of floating holiday, and this would move them to 16 hours of floating holiday, which is in line with what the Glendora Management Association currently receives. Post-certification pay would provide peace officer standards and training certification pay to the police chief, aligned with the current certification pay that Glendora Police Management Association receives, and this is to avoid compaction issues. The total cost of the proposed schedule is $320,000. Tonight, we seek City Council's approval of the changes to the Executive Management Salary and Benefit Schedule.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? No discussion? May I entertain a motion?
I would move that, Mayor.
Motion by Mr. Thompson. May I get a second?
I'll second it.
Motion by Ms. Davis. And I'll invite us to please vote. Item carries, passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Bringing us to our final item of the evening, number 17, consideration of amendment number 1 to the city manager's employment contract. There's Marie. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Marie Ritchie, and I'm the Deputy City Manager presenting for your consideration tonight Amendment number 1 to the City Manager's employment contract. I only get to present like every 7 years, like Haley's comment on Adam's contract, so if you don't mind entertaining me for a little bit while I provide a little bit of background. And my daughter's watching, so she wants to see herself on TV. A special occasion took place in the Ritchie household about a month ago. My daughter was selected as the Cub of the Week in her first grade class, and she is 6 years old. And as I looked at it, she described herself as kind, respectful, and helpful. But upon closer examination, she said when she grows up, she wants to be a city manager. And this is what she would look like as a city manager. Yes, she gets it from her mother.
Or no hair.
So, as any good mother would do, I tried to quickly convince her that that's not what she wanted to do when she grew up. I told her that it was a thankless job with long hours and that she'd be judged, criticized, and scrutinized. I told her she would have 5 or more bosses and she wouldn't be able to make them all happy all at once. I even told her that she may send emails to her employees like her mommy at 4 a.m. with a 6 a.m. text follow-up on a Sunday morning. So then I asked her once again, are you sure you don't want to be a doctor or a lawyer? And of course she responded, no, I want to be a city manager. I don't know where she gets that stubbornness from, to be honest with you. So I acquiesced. Because aside from me, I couldn't think of a better role model for her to pursue her dreams other than Adam Raymond, our current city manager. And despite all the challenges this organization has faced over the years, Adam has played a pivotal role in the following accomplishments for our organization and our community. The opening of the A-Line station, Passage of Measure Z, our quarter-cent sales tax measure, that'll bring an estimated $3 million annually to support local priorities. Completion of several major planning efforts, including the station area plan and objective design standards. Reduction of the homelessness population by 50%, a milestone that reflects compassion, coordination, and real impact. Adoption of a 2-year spending plan and a 2-year strategic plan that added critical support, staffing, and training to get these items done. Completion of new labor contracts for the next 3 years and developing relationships and establishing a culture that has resulted in the lowest vacancy rates in the city for the past 20 years. For these accomplishments, the City Council unanimously approved an increase to salary and benefits in closed session on November 12, 2025. The amendment includes the following: changes to the discretionary city manager retention payment from a flat fee of up to $15,000 to percentage based up to a maximum of 7% of his base salary. Annual increases beginning January of each year for the next 3 years in the amount of 3%, 4%, and 4%. An update to medical coverage to align with the executives in the city, and that was because our medical provider changed from FRMS, a pool, to direct coverage through Blue Shield and Kaiser. And lastly, life insurance policy in the amount of $500,000. It was originally $250,000, but as you know, this job can be very stressful. The recommendation tonight is to approve the amendment number 1 to the city manager's employment contract. And this concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie, and good luck, Giada. That's fun. Okay, Shauna.
I hope your daughter wasn't watching when I disclosed the, gets kicked in the knees comment or kicked in the shins comment. Sorry about that. For all of the discussion about council not getting along, we did. We voted unanimously. We all agreed on this, so I thought that was good. And I will say, disclosure, when I first started and was meeting with each of the department heads, I asked, because I was curious what people thought of Adam, and 100% of the feedback I got when I first started was praise of the work that he has done. And I could tell the culture in the organization, it was positive, still is positive, and that starts at the top. So thanks, Adam.
Mendel.
I just like to echo the fact that we've been exceptionally blessed for Adam's service, I believe, 7 years now, which for some of you might say, oh, 7 years, okay. Well, the average length that a city manager serves is less than that. And I think we've got a good one, a great one, and we've invested a lot in him, and I am thankful for that. The other thing, and I want you to make sure that I'm saying this right, because there's people out there that are watching this. Since he's been here, we've acquired $50 to $60 million in grants, something like that. I mean, I don't want to overstate it, but I don't want to understate it. But as I recall, that has been a record for us. There was a sense, a feeling, a culture. Why do we need to go out and get grants? We're us, and he changed that with his team, and I think it's important. We pay a lot of money to the county and to the state, and it's nice to get some of that back. And so I think those are elements that probably the average person doesn't know, but a lot of what we've done through parks and the services that we have come as a result of those grants, and that is money that that our taxpayers don't have to pay, And so thank you, sir, for, those efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mendel. Karen?
Oftentimes they'll have the before and after pictures. See, this was Adam before, and now. Look what the job has done to him. But no. But we thank you for your resilience, not only your vast amount of knowledge and expertise, but also approaching it with compassion and empathy. And you've done another amazing thing with the trifecta. And so that trifecta with Moises and Marie and helping with that leadership team has added a lot to the city as well. So thank you for that, but thank you for continuing to be the face and the voice of Glendora and leading us into the next year as well as the next century, taking us leaps and bounds and looking at what the future can be, should be, and will be because of your leadership. So thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Michael?
Well, you're going to earn your wage with the upcoming issues with the housing and all the other wonderful things, the Durazo bill that we have to deal with. It's not going to be fun. So maybe we should get you a bottle of Grecian formula to help you out with the gray
Is there
hair.
a bottle that grows more hair back? I don't know. That's.
Oh, you're doing okay. But congratulations on your new contract.
Thank you, Michael. And thank you, sir. And thanks to the guidance and leadership and assembling a phenomenal team and all the directors support that. The best part about being a good boss is surround yourself with great talent. And we are lucky to have all of that. So thank you all. Congratulations.
Thank you very much for the kind words. So much of what we do each and every day starts with the city council and your strategic plan that's aggressive and challenging staff to make leaps and bounds and changes and stretching and finding funding and reaching for the stars. And this council's not shied away from really difficult conversations, whether it's development or whether it's roads and finding money. And we don't take for granted the support of the council, and I definitely don't take for granted that we have an incredible staff. Men and women of this city work 24/7, 365 to make sure we're safe, that our water's running, that roads and potholes are fixed in the middle of the night. I can't tell you how many calls and texts I get from the council at all hours when you report an issue, not because you have a complaint, because you want to make sure your community's safe. And that does not go unnoticed by the men and women of Glendora. So a sincere thank you from me on behalf of staff for the leadership that all of you show, and I really appreciate the kind words. They mean a lot. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I think we need a motion to do something on this.
Mr. Mayor, I would love to make this motion to extend our contract to for 3 years to a man who has earned it, and as Michael has said, will definitely earn it in the year to come.
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion by Mendel, a second by Karen. Ask us to please vote. Motion carries unanimously with a 5-0 pass. Thank you. With that, that concludes our business. I'll ask if we have any closing comments or discussions. No? Then at 10 o'clock, I will adjourn our meeting in honor of Bonnie Bidwell. Bless her heart. Thank you very much. Good night.